request you to mute your phones right now or whichever device you are accessing so that there's no disturbance. Towards the end, we will have sufficient time to discuss. Should you have any queries, doubts, or clarification, feel free to ask. So let it be a kind of a monologue initially, and then we will, unless I ask a question, that's point of time you could also come on the screen and ask. So welcome once again for this session, my colleagues from RCS and also from some of the people who joined from PetCamp. Safety contact, Corona is there. I'm sure everybody is already taking steps. I thought I'll just flash a slide for our benefit, how we can take care of this pandemic and be a Corona warrior. Objective for the workshop: understand selection tools, techniques, and how appropriate they are in our process. We will also talk about competency and what is a competency-based selection. Then certain techniques on interviewing skills, the questions you need to ask, what are the kind of questions, how we set up, etc. A little flavor of psychometric assessment, which is absolutely relevant for selection. I will be giving it to you. And also a little bit on the reference checks, which we need to do on candidate in order to ascertain and get the right candidate for the organization. Should there be anything additional which you want to know, feel free to ask. So the first one is competency. We often come across this term competency, and we start aligning ourselves with certain competencies. What exactly is this? It's a quality or characteristics of a person which underpins recurring successful performance. It's not about one individual performance. It's the successful performance. So when you talk about, let's say, a game of cricket, a batsman who has been constantly performing, so you can say he has the competency of batting. That's where it comes in. So it is more related to recurring performance. Competencies are skills, areas of knowledge, attitudes, abilities that distinguish high performance. Because somewhere we need to differentiate. These are the characteristics that may not be easily observed, but it rather exists under the surface. So what we do have certain behavioral questions, including the psychometric assessment, etc., which can help you to draw out examples of these competencies. Are they 100% correct? No. They need to be aligned with BEI or behavioral based interviews. So that is a little flavor on the competencies. What could be some of the behavior which can be observed or observable behavior? So let's look at the skills. So when we observe, what do we say? We say ABC, he communicates with impact, or he demonstrates leadership, or he demonstrates excellence in team management. So these are some of the skills, or he demonstrates excellent negotiation skill. So these are something what you have observed, how people have behaved in different situations. And this is what you can make an inference. Then there are certain traits, like you have a leadership trait. Similarly, there are traits. So-and-so learns very quickly, very sharp, projects self-confidence every time, excellent team player, handles ambiguity well. We all live in a VUCA environment, volatile, ambiguous, uncertain, complex, and so can handle ambiguity pretty well. Demonstrates initiative. So that's a trait. Whichever situation, the guy takes initiative, demonstrates. So again, this is something what you can observe. And the third bit is the motives, which again you observe and you draw inference. What are the motives? Could be self-development, focuses on client success, aligns very well with the client's need, preserves firm's personal integrity. Like you talk about integrity of the organization, you talk about ethical values. So these could be some of the motives which can be seen, which can be observed, some of them can be even hidden, but they can be implied. So you should keep this at the back of mind, because when you are going to interview people, you should have all these factors. Let's quickly look at three level of competencies. Generally, that's where it is practiced. The first level is distinguished. Like you can talk about Shashi Tharoor, excellent orator, excellent in written English. What a fantastic vocabulary. So when we talk about communication skill, which you are aware that 45% is, or let's say speaking, listening, or speaking, writing is about almost 50%, or maybe little less, because 45% is listening. So when you say the guy is a good listener, he is excellent orator, he writes so well, all these factors make him distinguished in his competency of communication skill. And one example I gave you, Shashi Tharoor. Second is the next level, which is threshold. And the third level, which is the functional, or we can talk about the basic competency, is the functional competency. You and I are pretty good in our language. We are good writers, good listeners, good speakers, and good readers. So if you talk about communication skill as a competency, well, it has four facets: speaking skill, listening skills, writing skills, reading skills. From a corporate perspective, 45% weightage goes on listening skills. Around 30% goes on speaking skills. So if you really want to be called a good communicator, well, you have to be an excellent listener and a very good speaker, because that accounts for 75% of communication skill. And then you can do a mapping, whether you fall under the functional bucket or the threshold one or the distinguished one. You will know for yourself. I've just picked up one competency, that is planning and organizing. It is a requirement in all roles, most of the roles. So let's say, how do we take up this competency at the three level? So let's talk about level one, a junior manager. How do we define it? Well, we say the junior manager manages his own time pretty well, and also the personal activities. He breaks complex activities into manageable tasks, and he identifies possible obstacles to the planned achievements. That is how we define it. Now, in case you have to assess someone, you should be aware which competency you are wanting to assess and what is the definition, what is the level one, level two, or level three. That is how you have to prepare when you assess someone on a competency-based interview or assessment. Let's look at the second one, level two. Now, a level two manager, which is the middle level manager, what does this mean to him? Well, produces contingency plans for possible future occurrences, estimates in advance the resources and the time scales needed for achieving the objectives. And the third one is coordinates team activities to make the best use of individual skills and any specialization which the team members have. So that is where you define at the planning and organization at the level two, relevant for middle level. So when you are interviewing a middle level manager, this is where the competency will mean to you. But if you are interviewing a junior level manager, the first one will be applicable. Now, if you are interviewing a senior person, a very, very senior level manager, so level three perhaps will apply here. And what are the level three means here? Identify long-term operational implications of a business plan, or effectively plans utilization of all resources. Now, every organization defines a set of competencies which gets aligned to the job roles. And the competency also, the levels gets defined. And when you have your assessment, you have your questions. So you have your something called proof point. How do you prove it? So there are matrices for proof point. How do you check? So you observe this based on certain questions you ask. and based on certain inputs what you gather, you observe them, and then you are able to rate a person. So you need to understand competency is important. Every job role, the quality is what we talk about is nothing but a competency. Uh, any interviewer should be familiar with the job role which you're going to interview, what are the competencies, and what is the level which you are looking at. If it is not defined, it will be good for the HR or the L&D to support in defining them. Let's say you are going to interview a couple of candidates. So what could be some common competencies required for every organization? I'm not saying that they will be applicable for every role, but let's look at some of the common competencies. And generally, here I'm talking about the behavioral competencies. Technical, we all understand. Entry level, has to be a lot of focus on the technical part. But when you talk about middle level and the senior level, the behavioral will take prominence. So let's look at certain common competencies. One is communication is required for everyone. And I covered it for you. 4 facets: speaking, writing, listening, and reading. Maximum focus should be on listening because that has 45% weightage. Then comes the speaking skill. Third comes the written skills, and of course, the reading part is the next one. Achievement orientation is another competency. It depends whether HR has mapped it to the job role. If not, they will be having certain competencies. Customer focus is quite core to your business, and you should be there. Teamwork, we all need to function in a team, and where the person is going to function. So how do you define whether he's a team player? Well, you need to have a definition. Leadership, we often use this term, leadership, managerial skill. Well, we should need to understand what do you actually mean by leadership in this role. Planning and organizing is something what I covered for you. One competency, just to define as to how we can take care of it. Commercial awareness, your knowledge on accounting, finance, what exactly is relevant could be another competency. Flexibility, very, very important, especially in the VUCA environment, current pandemic. Imagine the guys, the leaders who are not flexible. Business would have continued. Even the customer had to be flexible. That's how the businesses have moved on. So flexibility becomes very, very important component. Developing others is a requirement. Every leader needs to develop people as leaders and not as followers. The Gandhian philosophy of creating followers doesn't work. In a corporate scenario, we need to create leaders so that they are able to take your slot when you move up or when you retire or when you leave. You should have a ready team of leaders to take your slot. So that's where the concept of leadership pipeline has come in. Problem solving and decision making is again this thing. Analytical thinking is another common competency which is required by most of us. And last but not the least, we talk about building relationship, because for congenial environment, excellent functioning in team, managing your stakeholders very well, you need to build relationship. There are some of the competencies highlighted. You can have your own. You should be able to define them, and you should be able to align them to the job roles. Let's say we are looking at a sales manager, hiring a sales guy. So there will be certain critical attributes. As an interviewer, you should be aware what are some of the critical attributes. One example I have created here for you is, just have a look. He should have good interpersonal skill, good influencing skill, because he needs to influence customers, stakeholders. Result oriented, because he has a target he needs to achieve. He has to be focused on that. He has to have the customer concern. He could be customer centric. He should have the technical and the domain expertise. A customer asks, he should have the knowledge. He should have the skill to demonstrate that knowledge. Providing direction to the team, the sales team which is going to handle, etc. He should be capable of analytical thinking. That's the one part. What could be the rest? Conceptual thinking. He should be able to seek information, analyze before analysis, get the information, collate the information. Development of team members so that he is able to make people grow and have a happy team building. Planning, absolutely important. And then, of course, decision making. So some of the critical attributes. So tomorrow, when you're going to identify, qualities in a sales manager whom you are going to hire, look at them. Develop your own list, that bucket list, and you should work out. Look at the job role. Look at what is relevant. That's where your HR can help you in identifying what are the key attributes and key skills. All HODs, all senior people with their own experience will also know this. So if you are able to dovetail these two, map them, it will be absolutely relevant for you when you hire people. Now, we talk about an interview. What is an interview? Well, it's nothing but a selection procedure designed to predict future job performance on the basis of applicants' oral response to oral inquiries. Unless you take certain online assessments, unless you are using certain tools to measure certain factors, I'm going to talk about it a little later. So otherwise, this is an interview. Whether it's an individual or a panel who interviews, it's just a selection process. And you are going to predict or analyze the entire performance of the guy in the organization where he's going to get recruited on the basis of his oral response and on the basis of your oral inquiries. So it is prudent and very, very important that you have the right questions, the right inquiries, and you get right response. You analyze them well and you take right decisions. It is tough to identify the right candidate. What is the objective of selection in any interview? Well, you're selecting people for jobs by informing applicants about the job, what exactly the job, maybe you can describe it, gaining unbiased factual information against the criteria, influencing suitable candidates to accept. That's also a requirement. Because it's quite possible that your number one, the best candidate may not accept the job offer. So that's where little influence comes in, the way you project yourself or the entire team projects. Demonstrating that the company operates a fair and equitable selection process. So it works as your public relation also. Because do remember, the candidate who is not selected often also speaks. It's a goodwill bank. It needs a process that will enhance the company's stature. People will say the company is fair, it's a friendly, rigorous interviewing process, and there's a respect for individual, time bound. You cannot keep, pending it for times to come, for times immemorial. How will a candidate not selected speak of your organization should be a concern for all the interviewers. And that's the reason you got to be fair, you got to be friendly, you got to have the right influence. You have to have the right questions, and you have to be so fair that the guy feels, yes, there may be a better candidate. So interviewing process also creates a goodwill bank. Now, selection interview, when you talk about effectiveness, so the bottom line is answer 3 questions, key questions. Can he do the job? Well, is the competence, how you have assessed. So you should get a response. Can he do the job? Second question, will he do the job? His attitude, his motivation level. So one is the capability or the competence. Second is his attitude, his level of motivation. And third is, will he fit in the organization? A lot of people who are capable, who are motivated, but such guys do not fit well in a team. They become a mismatch. So it is very important. Does he align to the culture? Does he align to the functioning in a team? And generally, you should be familiar or you should be clear in your assessment that you have got the response for three questions. If your interview is effective, time gets saved, better job and the person matching gets done. Interviewers are satisfied and so are interviews. The guys who have been interviewed. There's a good image building for the organization, good PR process. And the entire recruitment process takes a proper shape, gets tightened, not a loose end. So it moves in a clockwise function pretty well. However, the flip side is if it is ineffective, it may end up recruiting unfit candidates, missing suitable candidates who would have been better fit for the organization, and demotivating certain suitable candidates from joining, knowing the process, etc. So that's the reason. Make sure that the entire selection interview is effective and aligned to the laid down process. No process is carved on the stone. We can always review it and make it more effective. We all need to understand our applicants. It is very, very important. What are the aspirations? What do they want? What they're looking for in the organization? So I'm going to share with there's a research, there are candidates, students, they have listed out certain things, what they look at in the organization. This is called organization characteristics, and it is important to them. So it could be type of work which a person will like to do or who would do, type of people whom he like to work with, training and development opportunities, very, very important. Everybody looks forward to growing and getting trained and getting developed. Our chances of promotion, we all look forward to it. Promotion, you talk about increments, salary increments, bonuses, anything you talk about. Job security, I'm sure you all are aware of Maslow theory of human need, where job security also is taken as a level 3 need. It is security in the job wherein you cannot be thrown out, cannot be laid off. It's also the environment of the job. How secure is your environment? Often you hear that so-and-so factory got burned or so-and-so happened in this. So how is the fire safety? How is the safety process, etc. All those gets relevant as a Maslow theory of human need at a level 3 need. And that's where job security also comes. Every candidate looks forward to a job security. Working conditions, congenial or not. Is it tough? Is it easy to, work? A reputation of the organization. I look forward. See why every top candidate in a top IIT wants to join Google. Because somewhere there is a reputation, somewhere there is an image of the organization. Now that's where we are also, Reliance is also inching forward, and we all should endeavor as interviewer that is what is the reputation we are able to create, that image that we are building with. Geographical location is very, very important. Some candidates want to stay close to their parents, close to home, families, both spouses working. All these issues are there. So there could be issues related to that. How many hours you're expected at work? 5 days a week, 6 days a week. How many hours of work? And how much is the delay? What is the kind of work-life balance? So there are some more issues which candidates look forward to. And of course, the benefits, what you have, company education policy, company car, pension, loan, and any other allied facility, sports facility you talk about, what all things you have. So all these, what the really candidates look forward in an organization. So as an interviewer, depending upon that, if you are looking for to interview an entry level guy, so well, all this will matter. The sports facility, the swimming, or the table tennis, all these will matter. Some organizations even offer free food or subsidized food. It's a very, very common. And to an entry level guy, this will make a lot of difference. I used to work for Larsen and Toubro in Chennai, and I tell you, it's a free food for everyone there, especially at the entry level. Only for the seniors, there were some charges, and free food means there was a token payment of what, $125 for the entire month. Whether you ate or not ate, this is what the company used to charge. In my case, since I didn't eat that local food, so my driver used to enjoy, and that's the reason, because of food, he stayed with me for the entire duration. So there are a lot of perks which manufacturing setup organizations offer, and the candidates look forward. Now, as an interviewer, you should be aware what your organization is giving. There may be an opportunity that during a discussion, such situations come in. And it should not be that I will refer to HR and HR will tell you. No. As an interviewer, you should be aware. While we do not commit, but generally you should be aware, and you can give a flavor of this, that we have these offers. So that will, cement your relationship with that candidate. Interview process, some basic requirements. So candidates, what does he expect? Well, he expects professionalism, realistic picture of job. Do not create such a picture and towards the end he regrets, of the company, of the organization. Input on where he stands, process time, etc. Minimal weight, objectivity. You could add a few more items. This is what the candidate expects. What does the interviewer expect? Well, the needs are he should know purpose of the interview. What are the agreed criteria with the HR or with whoever is the person who is the decision maker? Application forms of these guys. Time, he should have time to prepare and judge job and company knowledge. So he should have time to prepare. He should also have the company and the job knowledge. Very, very important. He should have the skill to obtain and evaluate information and make an effective judgment, because you as an interviewer, the entire organization depends on you. So you must select the right candidate. You should have the skill, you should have the knowledge, you should have the judgment. You should have the capability to analyze. It's very, very important. Relaxed and open-minded, not stressed or too much, at that point of time. And of course, right attitude, very, very important for an interviewer. If you have the right attitude and you know you're going to do a good job, well, you will end up doing an excellent job. Why selection interviewing is important? Well, your success depends on the quality of people you hire. Because unless you have good quality people, the organization cannot succeed. Selection mistakes can cost thousands in advertisement, agency fees. At times, you have to pay to the agencies, refer the candidates. A replacement cost. The guy leaves after 2 months, 1 month. Severance pay, lost sales, training costs, and you can add on. So that's the reason selecting the right candidate or selection interview is very important for us. So first is the success, second is the cost, third is the growth. Your organization's growth depends on your ability to attract and keep good people, right talent. Today, there is a global scarcity of talent, although we have surplus manpower. So there is a mismatch. And of course, the fourth one is reputation. The selection interview is a dialogue with the labor market. The way you conduct interview will be fed back to the market, create or destroy reputation. It's very, very important. When you talk about labor market, well, it is all of us are part of this. Labor is all professional. It could be blue collared, white collar, anyone. So reputation also becomes a stake in case we do not have a selection interview and not done in the right perspective. And lastly, development. If you select mediocre people, you cannot develop them into future capable leaders because they will remain mediocre. So that's the reason should not depend on one single interview, but maybe you like to use more than one process or certain tools to help you decide. Why an interview? To check if the candidate has a potential. First thing is potential. Second is the skill, the knowledge, and the fourth one is ability to perform. The duties required for the role he or she is being interviewed for. That will overall help the organization achieve the purpose of the existence. So it is very, very important, and that's the reason we have an interview. Certain market trends in talent world. Let's have a look. There's an impending labor crisis and there's a war for talent. If you look at the futuristic scale of 2025 or anything, even in 2021, there is a shortage of talent. We have no dearth of professional, no dearth of MBAs or engineers, but they do not have requisite talent. So let's say we talk about artificial intelligence as a talent, and there are certain capabilities required in AI. Do you have the people? Well, they may have the degree, but they may not have the right skill to handle AI. AI is getting involved in a banking, in all segments, all sectors. Economic shift to service jobs. A lot of people have today got into, entrepreneurship mindset. People are into service jobs. Some people are taking dual jobs, and the new generation when it's coming, they're not happy with 8 hours job or 9 hours job. So there is a shift, and pandemic also has given new options, new opportunities to people because based on how they got laid off, etc. Convergence of learning and performance, it was always there and is more relevant today. Every leader wants, I have spent money on training. How does it help someone in doing a job better? So they want to have a measurement of effectiveness. So while there are tools, whether you use Kirkpatrick or any such tool. So basically, you're looking forward to measuring effectiveness since you have spent money on training. There is a knowledge explosion. Any subject, you Google it, and Google gives you information. There are so many other search engines. There are so many inputs on the web, so many books, so much of literature, so many digital content. It is an explosion. You need to have the capability to identify what is relevant, and that relevant piece should be able to help you in functioning. Of course, the next point is diversity, and it's not diversity alone, it's also inclusiveness. We use the term called DI. So you have to, when you identify a candidate, you also have to look at your diversity factor. If you have only males, well, it doesn't work. If you have males and you want to you induct 2 through 3 males and you think you have achieved your diversity, that also doesn't work. Because diversity, male gender is just one component. I had a session on DI some time back. And the fact remains, gender is one small component of diversity. The guys who attended the session on being an inclusive manager will know that diversity has more than about 15, 20 components. Gender is one of them. Similarly, the guy, whether he is inclusive and he is willing to work in a team, that is something what you can, if you can ascertain, that will help you and understand the key market trends. Labor crisis, well, talent retention is one of the top 3 issues today, globally, facing HR everywhere. Lack of relevant skilled manpower is another key attributes. Because you have people, you have qualified people, but they are not capably qualified. They are not rightly skilled. Number of capable people entering job workforce is declining. A lot of people are not wanting to join this 9 hours job, 8 to 5, 8 to 6, 8 to 7, 8 to 8, whatever the job timings you have. They want to become entrepreneurs. Some people want to take up consulting assignment, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, increase source of income. So you have multiple models working. And today in workforce, work from home, more inputs have come in and people have moved on to more into consulting assignments, short assignments, and then get involved with more than one opportunity. Then the guys like us, baby boomers, the people who are born after the Second World War until about late 60s or till about 69, I'll call them baby boomers. So anyone born up to 1969 is a baby boomer. All these guys are starting to retire. Some people, I am a 62 born guy, so I'm already retired at 58. So this is a population which is moving out. Now, this population was supposed to have a lot of experience. They have served. And certainly, although younger generation will be coming, we don't look at the gaps, but somewhere the experience will be missing. So that is also adding to the impending labor crisis. You may have a new person, you may have the right skill, but somewhere the experience will be lacking. So somehow that's a reason organization have to or should go in for a combination. It always works. People challenge, talent and culture fit is always a challenge. Getting the right people. One is you have the talent, and second is, are you culturally fit? Organization culture is very, very important because unless you are a right fit, you will not be able to function well. Second is training and skill upgradation. All of us need to get trained and keep looking at upgrading our skills. So that will help us in keeping with the responsibilities. So these are the challenge today. A lot of managers, a lot of senior leaders may not want to get trained. They feel that already they have everything. So but when they come on the interviewing table, perhaps they may not be aware, they may not have the right knowledge or right skill set that needs an upgradation. Specialization and focus, multiple products. So when you are interviewing a candidate, or when you yourself are an interviewer, do you have that knowledge? Are you a specialist? Do you have the domain knowledge? Well, you need to figure this out, firstly in yourself and also in your candidate. So these are some of the challenges. There will be many, many more. I've just listed a few of them. Please have a look at them and see how you can align them to pretty well. Technology changes faster than we can catch it. Biggest challenge. Are you abreast with the technology? Are you a futuristic guy? Are you looking at futuristic skill and aligning? Well, if you're doing it, fantastic. Look at the same in the candidate. Now, I have a question for you. List the things you would like to have seen when you last went for an interview. What did you expect from the company? I have two questions. So I want to take a small break here and ask this question from the participants. Can I have a volunteer to answer the first one? List three things you would like to have seen when you went for an interview. Anyone? Yes, anyone? Okay, I see the name Rahul Pillai as the first name on the screen. Rahul, can you come on the screen and give a response on this? When you went for an interview, what are the three things you're looking forward to?
So first, I should be briefed about the entire process. Means how what all sessions would be there. Like there would be means this is my first company. So before that, I had a campus interview. So I could just give you the example of that. So my first interaction was with TCS when I went there. So we were initially briefed about how the day would pass for us. That we'll have uh, first written interview. The second would be group discussion, and then the third.
Okay.
Second thing, what I did not like was that means they did not specify a special lunch time for us. Means it continued from morning till evening around 8 o'clock. No proper gaps were given. So that was
Okay.
a what can I say, a drawback of
Okay.
their interviewing session.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Can I have one of the senior leaders who is attending, who has been an interviewer? Can you give me your own experience? I don't know. I'm not able to see the names here. Do I have Ashok Dubey here? RCS? Mr. Ashok Dubey, are you here? Tejas, Anand Desai, yes, I can see you here. Anand, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. So
Good
I'll
morning.
say from both the sides. If I or like when I went for an interview, my expectation would be that one that interviewers are there on time, because often I have seen that people join very late. Second, that my expectation is that people are attentive during the interview, in the sense that often interviewers keep doing mobile. Responding to messages, etc., which when I am answering, it kind of distracts me. Another would be that company gives me the what I call it the real job preview. Often I have heard that okay, we do this, we are the best in the world, etc. But when I get the market feedback, the answers are very different, whether it in terms of culture or compensation or anything. So that would be another honestness, openness, and transparency. And fourth would be like what you already covered, that whether this is a company where I see myself 5 years down the line, whether the culture is that, whether people are open and welcoming, and so that you get a feel, especially when you go for the personal interview, because you observe the people working, the what I call the feel of the place. I think that can give it is instinctive, I know, and but that gives a lot of answers as a candidate, whether this is a company, where this is the atmosphere, the culture, that I would be comfortable. So that is from the.
Excellent, Anand. You covered it pretty well. Thank you very much for sharing and coming on the
Thanks.
screen. Thank you. Uh, Excellent. So this is what I wanted as a candidate. When you expect something, when you go for an interview, and what do you expect from a company? Nicely covered. And I'll take it further. Thank you for sharing. What is the most important or a important factor is set the environment. What do? Make sure, as Anand also brought out, no disturbance, no phone calls, including mobile. If it's a panel interview or an individual interview, I will recommend you put the mobile, switch it off and put it in your pocket, not even in vibration. Absolutely no disturbance. Make sure that you neither get a call nor you have to respond, because your entire focus has to be on candidate. Because the moment you somebody picks up a phone or passes a message, you are distracting your candidate and you are distracting your own selection process. Seating, it should be neutral. So if there are two candidates, it is recommended L shape next to each other. Not too much of an eye contact, but if a panel, yes, you could be facing each other. The level where we talk about seating level should be there. No distraction in the vicinity as far as possible. Make sure AC, etc. is functional well. No power statements. A lot of leaders, a lot of interviewers have got, that feeling, that power statement that I'm an interviewer, I'm the boss, or I'm anyone. No. Having water on table for the candidate. Some candidates are slightly nervous. So while it is good to have water for yourself, also have it for candidate. And in case you're looking at about an interview for half an hour, 45 minutes, it's good to offer him a cup of tea, a glass of water when a person settles down. Keep certain stationery ready for the candidate. Candidate may like to write down. He may have certain queries and he may like to write down, jot down. So by all means, please understand you're not interviewing a computer, that the moment you flash a question, you get a response. You may have to give some time to a candidate to think. And that is what is absolutely required. A candidate may just like to jot down certain points before he gives a response. It is all fine. Remember, note taking, in case as an interviewer you want to take notes, make it minimal and do inform the candidates. Do take his concurrence or his views. It should be with permission. Second is, don't have stress interviews, avoid it. Do not stress out the candidate, especially if you're in a panel or you are an individual, because you will not get the best of a candidate and not you will get the best candidate. Always politeness always works. How polite you are to a candidate. In fact, if you look at the effective leadership series, humbleness comes as the top trait. There's a book, what you may like to read, Good to Great Company by Collins, I think Tim Collins or something. Tim Collins is a writer. So he says, what makes a good company a great company? Most of the company, including G, fell under the, as per the survey, under the good company. A top company like G was not called a great company. So there were the guys who identified, and there were very few great companies. And one of the qualities they listed in the survey was the humbleness, humility, or politeness of the leader. That makes a company a great company. So for an interviewer, politeness becomes very, very important, as polite as possible. And there's something called airtime. You keep it 80-20 or you keep it 70-30, but definitely not more than that. And that 70 or 80 is not your time, that's the candidate's time. Your time is either 20 or 30. I always recommend 80-20 rule. That means 20% of time is for you to speak, 80% time for the candidate to speak and for you to listen. That's the basic philosophy. Structure of the interview. First, we should do a little opening to build the rapport. Then can talk about the current roles, previous roles, etc. Certain aspirations, certain awareness. You want to check education, upbringing, etc., etc. Let it be on the value upbringing. You talk about the family, etc. You can bring in here. You can touch base. Certain circumstances or situations which the candidate has faced. certain reactions, certain actions, certain interest areas. Then you close up and then do a little wrapping up before closing. You will wrap up. This is what we discussed. This is what there. So that the candidate also has a chance to, if he or she has forgotten something toward the end, the person can cover. So that could be a basic interview structure. You could modify it based on your own trait and based on your requirement. Interview is a information sorting model. So let's look at one model. When I said opening and rapport building or current and previous role, aspirations, awareness, education, what is happening? You are getting the information, you sort it out, and then it leads to your input on nothing but an assessment. You make an assessment. So these gives you multiple level of assessment, CA1, CA2, CA3, etc. It will help you in taking a decision because you have done your homework before. You are aware what you are checking in a candidate, and you will be able to decide with your taking right information and analyzing the right information. So when you get a piece of information, you need to collate the entire database. You need to collect, you need to collate, you need to analyze, you need to interpret, and then you need to come to the synthesis, which is the last stage, which aligns with your assessment. Opening rapport building, appropriate recognition, a relaxed approach, introduce yourself. Now, when you are introducing, be humble. Do not throw so much weight that the candidate gets, overwhelmed, or he feels, he's sitting in front of a great guy and he undermines himself. Share inputs. What is the purpose of interview? What is your recruitment process in case the guy is not aware, is not been briefed? A little bit on the job role is always good to share. Interview structure, time, etc. So that the guy is relaxed and he is able to align well. Check understanding before you start, because it is quite possible communication is, there can always be a gap because we all speak language and which is not English, and which is not native to all of us. So there could be a communication gap. Please make sure that before you proceed, you check understanding. Things to look out in a CV. You may have a CV, you've gone through it. So certain things you could look out. What are some of the events or national events? What are the kind of a priority accordance? Clarity of depiction, how succinct a person has been. Unexplained breaks in service, education, etc. This can be checked. Extent of customization to the job applied. Quality of the CV. What is the mode, spelling errors, verbosity, how verbose a person has been. It is just trying to sell himself. So all these are important. Look at certain key points in a CV when you go for an interview or during an interview. As I said, you have to have questioning skills, capability. That's very, very important. So what are the type of questions which normally people can ask? Certain factual recall based on what input you got, certain comparisons, opinions, case problems, hypothetical questions, rhetorical questions, certain leading questions, certain pumping questions, pump in the belief. Right. So as a interviewer, remember, you may have to do the role of a facilitator or even a moderator in case you are in a panel. This is required, and you can have a series of questions, a type, not a must to ask every type. It depends on the candidate, on the situation, and how it is moving. So different questioning techniques you should be familiar. Let me give you a flavor of it. First thing is the Socrates way of questioning, closed and open-ended. This was developed by Socrates, the famous Greek philosopher. So that's the reason we always use the term Socrates questioning. These are nothing but closed and open-ended questions. And what are the closed questions? Is the one which has only one answer. Let's say I give an example. What year was the Battle of Panipat? Do you eat spaghetti? What kind of elements does your company use? Which car do you own? Do you own a car? Anything. Are you married? So these are close-ended questions. You just get one answer. And sometimes you can have just yes or no also. Depends. Second is open-ended questions. Is the one there are many possible answers. What is your opinion on the corruption in Indian society? How do you feel about the working from home? What's your view on the new farm law? What would you do if you won 1 lakh rupees as the prize money? And you can have your own. So you will look at the response for the two, and it will help you in gaining a perspective. There could be multiple questions, a string of several questions. You could say, an example, well, I gather from your profile that you are currently not employed. Is that because you resigned, or did the company ask you to leave? Or you wanted to take a break and become an entrepreneur, or so and so, so and so? When to ask? Well, never. Don't ask this. Why? Because when you ask multiple questions, the interviewee will only answer the last question or the easiest one. You may not get response for all. Right, remember that. Second, there could be a leading question. Question which indicate the desired response. Example. Oh, I see. You started your career with XYZ International. He said, yes. Oh, that's good. And you were promoted after 3 years to district sales manager. The candidate said, that's right. Good. You must have done a good job then. And the candidate starts saying, well, you know, etc. Yeah, yes. And then 2 years you also become the regional manager. He said, yes. So there are certain leading questions. When to ask? Well, never. Why? Because the only way an interviewee can provide high quality information is by interrupting you or disagreeing with you, which a person will not like to do, nor you will like. So that's the reason it is good to avoid leading questions. Third is probing questions. Close questions seeking specific information you need. Example, how old were you then? Or what appointment you were holding when this happened? In an organization, let's say something wrong went in. What is the turnover of ABC Limited? If a guy who is supposed to know this, how many employees worked with you in the team in so-and-so project? So you could have any number of probing questions. When to ask? When you wish to probe more facts, details based on certain statement a candidate has made it, or when an interview is rambling, talking too much, is quite verbose, and you want to get specific information. So that's the reason you start asking probing questions. Next, we move to something called blockbusting question. What is a blockbusting question? Those questions which ask for more precision information provided by an interview. You need a precision information. So certain blockbuster nouns could be which one specifically. So let's say in a pet camp, a customer is asking you, you have multiple grades, and the customer wants to know a specific grade, or it could be anything. You to an interviewer, you want to know a specific item. The guy maybe from sales handling a large number of products. He said, which one? Second could be blockbuster in the verb. How exactly did you do it? There could be universal blockbuster. All, never, everyone. It could be a comparator. Compare to what? What's your benchmark? So these are some of the blockbusting questions which can be asked. When to ask, when you need precise details of facts, action, etc. A candidate is making vague statements, vague general statements. You want to move him down. After a statement using comparisons like a better, increase, improve, less, more, efficient, you want to have precision information. That's where you can come in and you can use this technique. Reflective questions. Question which reflect back to the interview. What do you think you heard? Somebody made a statement you heard and you reflected back. You seem to feel upset with so and so. If I understood you correctly, you are saying this. Is that right? This kind of a paraphrasing what you do. In other words, you don't do this or you didn't do this or etc. etc. You thought perhaps he was overreacting. So there are certain things you reflect on the candidate, when to use, when you're dealing with children or younger people, younger population. When an interview is emotionally involved with what is being discussed, certain interviewee may get emotionally involved. They may have emotional strength as not the top quality. Could be a kind of a weakness. So you have to be, using this technique of reflection when an interview is being incoherent, or when you do not wish to influence your own, opinion or belief. A lot of people start influencing the candidate with their own opinion and belief. So that's where you need to ask reflective questions in order to avoid it. Certain hypothetical questions. What could be some of these? When questions which you ask for information is hypothetical situation. What would you do if this building where you are there just catches fire? Could we role play this situation? I will be your customer and you are an employee. How will you deal with me? What could have happened if this happened? And you can create a situation. It could be hypothetical case. So why do you ask, or when do we ask? Well, when you want to test creativity, innovative solutions, etc. You want to test selling or public speaking skills, because the candidate may have prepared, but hypothetical question he may not have prepared. And you will know whether he can analyze, can gather data, can collect the data and give it to you. And when you talk about data, I'm not saying certain data. He's basically meaning he's able to take out the information and then draw inference and give his understanding to you, his interpretation to you. You want to test his speaking skills when you wish to see how quickly, logically he thinks and he gives you an input. All these are, so that's the reason hypothetical questions, there's no harm in asking. If a situation demands, you may ask. Certain challenge questions. Open questions which challenge the interview to provide backup information. Especially the guy needs to be challenged so that you get a quality information. Evidence challenge. What will you accept as evidence of success? Missing link challenge. What information we are still missing? You could also be a devil's advocate. Devil advocate is always challenges. Like a CEO wants to buy something or acquire a company, but the CFO could act as the devil's advocate. We don't have money, or this is very expensive. So similarly, you could be a devil's advocate with a candidate. You can challenge, you can argue with him with certain propositions, certain input what he has shared, and you can help him in getting more challenged. So when do you use it? Well, when you want to test his approach to objective, his or her approach to objectives or targets, when you want to test analytical and planning skills, you want to challenge the objectivity, and any such reason. It is always good, or when the candidate is not challenged, it is the interview is becoming lackadaisical. It's just not moving the way you should have perceived, the way you perceived, or the way it should happen. So that you can have certain challenge questions. You can have certain hypothetical questions. There's also something called framing questions. Let's have a look at them. Open questions which ask for information which fits into the framework of your discussion. So there could be outcome frame, where you could ask the candidate what is the real outcome he is looking at, or you could share what the outcome you are looking at. It could be a backtrack frame. How did you see things at that point of time? What action did you take? Do you agree that the action you take was right? If given a chance and the same situation, will you like to take the same action or will you like to take something different? So you could frame it. Then it could be a relevance frame. Help me to see how this fits with me or fits in with me or with my way of thinking. So let's say you're not able to figure out what the candidate actually means to your question, and you have specified what is the outcome frame you're looking at. So you can ask a relevance frame, and the candidate should be able to help you, and align with that or how it fits. You should be able to elaborate. When to ask when you want to test planning ability or want to probe reasons for certain actions, a series of why, series of how, etc. To help information in the context. You want to put it because somewhere it's gone out of context. When you can't see why a point was brought up, but you want to get the interview back on the track. So give him the benefit of doubt and then you get him back on the track by asking certain framing questions. One of the good tools they say for an interviewer is something called silence. Use silence as the question. You could have 5 second silence, 5 to 20 seconds, 20 seconds or more, where the interviewer doesn't speak. When to use? To allow interviewee to collect thoughts. Extend the right courtesy. If he wants to write down something on a notepad, allow him that, so that he gathers his thought and he's given to give a response. To encourage interview to share more. As I said, practice good listening skills. It is absolutely a must for all interviewers. So you encourage interviewer to share information he probably wants to keep to say. Pressurize for confidential information or to obtain certain concessions, confessions, etc., etc. If that is required, normally in a normal interview will not be relevant, but there could be certain interviews where you need to even go to that level. When you talk about interview or face-to-face discussion, it could also be between a cop and a person. Like say Sachin Wadi's case, you are aware today NIA is having a lot of interaction. It's also kind of an interview. So they want him to make certain confessions, certain concessions they want to give, confidential information. So all those happens again. It's a series of an interview. So that's where the silence is required. You put in a question, you wait for a guy to think. If then you ask a series of challenge questions, probing questions, all these questions. Right. Past behavior is the single best predictor of future behavior. It may be right, may not be right, but then this is what is taken. Since you do not have any other benchmark to predict, unless you align to astrology or any of the signs. This is what we say in past behavior. So likely futuristic behavior, this is what is going to be. So structure of questions, open-ended. So when you talk about open-ended, it could be how this happened, what, when this happened, where it happened, how it happened, why it happened, and you could add on. Close-ended. Did you do this? Can you do this? Will you tell me? And etc. etc. So there's a response. There could be certain prompting and encouraging expressions. Tell me. Could you describe this for me? For example, or for instance, how come? In simpler terms, this is what you're telling me. Is that right? You could also paraphrase. If I heard you right, Rohit, you were saying this. And is that right? Did you mean anything else? So it could be prompting, it could be encouraging, it could be paraphrasing, any such thing you could use in the structure of question. Let's look at the pattern. One of the recommended pattern, broad, open-ended. Then you could have, because that's where you need to, start with. Then you have a probing, then you have a narrow, then close and summarize. It could be a question button. Just as suggested, we can have our own. Let's look at certain characteristics of good questions. They should have a purpose. Even if you are asking a hypothetical question, make sure it has a purpose. So every question should have a purpose as far as possible. It should be relevant to the interview process. Third is the communication philosophy of ABC, accurate, brief, and clear. So make it clear and concise. Make sure that the guy has understood your question before you seek a response. Absolutely, articulation should be clear, should be concise, should be to the point. Question should be limited to one idea, not multiple idea, because the candidate will get confused. At a time, take care of one idea. It will help. And finally, neutral in tone and substance. Make sure that there's no bias. It doesn't lead to something. So you don't start giving hint from beginning. This is what you're expecting on soliciting a response. The quality and the value of answer depends on the quality of the question asked. So if you are getting a good response, well, your questions asked is pretty good. If you're not getting good response, maybe you need to take a look at your own questioning. The quality of question, what you have prepared, is very, very important. So you need to do a homework before you move in for an interview, not just move in for an interview. Questions coverage. So one is what questions, wherein you want to elicit information about knowledge, certain facts. It could be data, it could be opinion, or what kind of a question. Then there could be why questions, analytical skills, reasoning, logic, motivation, and you could go on. What else? How else? Where else? All these are why questioning. Then there's something called how questioning. Knowledge of, you want to test the knowledge of functional skills, processes, steps, safety measures, etc. Analytical also. Well, there'll be how questions. And there's something called how much, how well questions. So there could be validating achievements. You want to validate something. So you could plan certain questions. That could be a broad coverage. By no means I'm saying restrict them to these. If you feel anything else can be there which has relevance and meets you the characteristics criteria, please go ahead with that. Now, quickly, I'll just show you one suggested funnel for an interview. You can have your own funnel, but this is what I feel will be relevant. Start with an open-ended question. Listen well. Then narrow down to specific areas. Again, listen for the inputs. How did the person go about it? Listen. Find out what are the motivations, what are the motivators. Listen well. Look at the achievements. Listen. Summarize. Seek agreement to certain things by paraphrasing, by discussion towards the end, and if taking certain additional input. This will help you in reaching a decision. So that could be one suggested funnel. You could also add on to this. And I've talked about the multiple way of to question. You could do that. And start with a new area. So this is for one area. You can start with a new area. Let's say you decided to test him on 3-4 areas. You could start a funnel, but do not jump from one to second. Complete the funnel for the first one, then move to the next one. That is how you will be able to have a successful interview. It will be relevant even in a panel also. One panelist could look at one competency, the second one could look at the second one, and they can use the funnel. A panel interview, certain guidelines. Agree on the roles and the structures of the panel members. Very, very important. You need to do a lot of coordination, a lot of alignment and pre-work. Stick to the roles as far as possible. Do not interrupt each other, or even when a candidate is speaking, allow a candidate to speak up. Do not help the candidate by giving those leading questions or answer. Let him come out with his own response. In a panel, we always need to select a lead interviewer. And that lead interviewer should not be by your rank and designation. That if the HOD is seeking and there are two junior people, the HOD becomes the lead interviewer. No, by no means. While in the initial interview, HOD can introduce himself first and other members, but the lead question can be anybody. It could be a subject matter expert or the area where the candidate could be most comfortable. And that's where you could start. Others should listen, take notes, ask questions around the other key areas, observe non-verbal behavior, because the entire panelists have to see and observe a lot of things. So the person who is asking questions, he may not be able to take down notes. Other guys should be able to take down notes, observe behavior, how the candidate has reacted, what the kind of a response. Does he have the right eye contact? How is the hand moving? What is the posture? What is his gesture? Is he smiling? Is he so serious? Is he under stress? All those factors, the entire non-verbal component you could observe. You could also observe the verbal component. How well he's articulating. What is the rate of speech? Right? Is he looking in the eyes? Is he emphasizing on the words? Is he paraphrasing? How is his tone? All these things. So verbal, non-verbal, you could observe, you can take down notes, and you can share your inputs later. Follow up at the end of the section, and then you could change people. Questioning techniques, we have talked about, but I thought I'll just share a little more input. It's not a myth. A great majority of interviewers ask bad questions or wrong questions at an interview. That's a fact. There's a global data to suggest this and validate this. Asking good questions is not a natural human talent, because we always want to put the candidate in a tough situation, and we think we are the best judge. What is the result normally? Bad interviews. Indecision because the lack of proper information, or not indecision, it could be a wrong decision. So you have to be very clear on the questioning techniques as far as possible. One of the tool is a STAR tool. So questioning technique, there is a situation, there is a task, there is an achievement, and there is a review. So please remember the technique, STAR, and let me further elaborate on this. What is the STAR approach? So situation or a task, ask the interview to describe a situation or a task he or she needed to accomplish. Get a particular situation, specific one, not a generalized one. Be sure to get enough information that you require, that you want. Situation can be from a previous job, previous organization, any other relevant event, etc. And you can ask a series of probing questions if required. Second is the action taken, a STAR approach. So situation or task, second is action. Ask for the description of the action taken. Even if the candidate talks of a group project, get to know specific from him or her what was her or his specific contribution in a group activity. While it is good to know the team action, what did he do in the team action? Let's say you go to F1, Formula One. So you know that there's an area where the Formula One car gets refueled and tires are changed, etc. Right. So and it takes about 7-8 seconds, and you have about almost 24 guys doing it. Let's say you are interviewing one of such candidate. He may be just cleaning the visor, or he may be the refilling guy, or he may be the guy who is changing the tire, or he may be the guy who, in a team functioning, may be bringing the tire and just be a helper. So in this project, in this work, what was this candidate's specific role? That is what is important. How did he contribute? Get what exactly was done by the person being interviewed. It's very, very specific. That's the STAR approach. And then what are the results achieved? What happened? Even if the team achieves the task, good. What did he contribute? How did the event end? Was it a success? Was it a failure? What did the candidate accomplish? What was his key learning? Are there any things or what he picked up or what he learned? Was there something to improve upon? So all these questions in your technique using the STAR approach as a tool, you could find out. It will help you in deciding on a candidate. You could be having certain telephonic interviews, especially in the current pandemic. I thought I'll cover a few inputs on that also. Well, you cannot see the candidate, so you have to trust two senses, both hearing and intuition. So do not short circuit the interview. Process should be same, like a face-to-face. Make sure that you exercise excellent listening skills. So follow the structure, use the funnel, what, why, how well, etc., etc. Use many encouraging prompting expressions because the candidate is not looking at. Oh, that was nice. So don't be judgmental, but you need to prompt expressions, encourage. Great to hear that. Like say, yes. Tell me more. Describe if you want. I see. For example, will you like to elaborate further? In what sense you were saying that this will happen? Could you elaborate? Keep sentences and discussions short without interrupting, but take this forward in a positive manner. We can have great interviews even on telephone. And it has happened in past. When we didn't have the video facility, interview did take place. And the candidates even were selected. Summarize each section, do a little paraphrasing if required, and take concurrence of the interviewer. Certain tips. Interviewers need to be provided with job description, specification of the requirements, position to minimize influence of stereotypes as far as possible. Interview questions should be job related. Avoid making quick decisions about an applicant. Some people, they are very, vocal by saying that the moment I see a candidate, I make a decision within 15-20 seconds. Often you see LinkedIn and all, certain guys, they make such statement. I can decide on a candidate within 30 seconds. Well, that is all wrong action. Such quick decisions are not right in the spirit of interview. You have to be deliberate. You have to give time to a candidate. So such shortcuts and quick decisions, when people form an impression within 30 seconds whether I have to select a candidate or reject a candidate, it is absolutely incorrect. You're being unfair to an interview process. Avoid giving too much weight to a few characteristics. Yes, because we have to have the right balance. A candidate may not be good in speaking English, but he may have the other capabilities. We are not looking at a native speaker. So it is fine. Don't give too much weightage. There should be some consideration depending upon your role. But yes, also identify, does he have a potential to get it developed? Can you help? Can the training department can help and develop that quality? Try to put an applicant at ease during an interview as far as possible. This is what is very important. Your own communication with applicant has to be very clear. Follow that ABC principle: accurate, brief, and clear. Maintain consistency in the questions asked as far as possible, because then you're going to keep the candidate on a track. There could be management interviewing. So less emphasis on the background, more on the role and the work. Ask about certain aspirations before the role. Is easy for the candidate to obscure track record through jargons, generalities, etc. A look good, talk good candidate may land up interviewing the interviewer. So you have to be very clear. Superficial interview may take place in such a case. So take care of look good, talk good candidate, because you will get interviewed even as an interviewer. And hence be specific, focus on critical attributes. I covered the critical attributes as per me for the sales guy, sales manager. Similarly, you have to have those critical attributes. Sit with your HR and with your line function, and they should be able to support you in that. Focus on roles. Job titles can be misleading. The guy said I was VP so and so. Well, it depends. VP in an organization A and organization B is altogether different. So we need not go with the job titles. The roles are important. Main areas of the job, principal tasks that we do personally, or how you divide your time, etc. You should know about the performance criteria, the targets, the priorities, the ratings, informal reviews, etc. Relationship, all stakeholders, up, down, colleagues, customers is very important. Our time perspective, well, you need to focus on that. Um, if you have planned on an interview for 90 minutes, make sure that you close somewhere, 5 minutes before that, and give a candidate to ask certain things to you before he or she leaves. So time perspective is somewhere you need to plan and you need to work. The breadth of perception of job relative to entire organization. It is very important. See, where does the candidate fit in the entire gamut of the organization? It is very important. So in the entire value chain, where does he fit in and how he is going to contribute? It is important. It is important so that the candidate values the job and he understands the implication. Perceived freedom to act, that is important. It needs little deliberation, little explanation. Ability to influence the organization. Again, you cannot say only leaders influence. Every single guy working in an organization influence. He has a value addition. I want to share an example here. John F. Kennedy, the erstwhile American president. I'm talking about, there's a book I have read on him, and this is from his autobiography or a biography, somewhere I read, wherein that point of time there was no NASA, and Americans wanted to take a lead in the space program. Russians had already put the first guy, Yuri Gagarin, in the space. First person to end up, move in a space was Yuri Gagarin, a Russian major. And the Americans wanted to take the lead in the space program. So somewhere in '61, when Kennedy was the president, before his assassination, he earmarked, $10 million, huge sum of money, $10 million in '61, and they set up NASA. That was a space center. And '61, after the money was passed by the American Parliament, etc., and money was allocated, NASA was formed. So before he was assassinated, Kennedy visited the Space Center. The work had already started, and he visited the Space Center. And at that point of time, he didn't have that kind of a security. That's the reason he was even assassinated. The way today PM Modi or an American president moves, amount of commandos and security gadgets moving around them. So he was just walking with maybe a few of his staff and security personnel on the corridors of the so-called NASA, that was the Space Center. And a housekeeping lady, you call them a janitor. So a janitor lady had just finished mopping the floor because she knew the president was going to come. So she cleared mopped the floor. She had put her items and closed the cupboard and just came out. And that time the president was walking past her. Out of curiosity and courtesy, she wishes the president, "Good morning, Mr. President." And Mr. President Kennedy also responds. He smiles and tells her, "Good morning." And he says, "What do you do here?" One of the, close-ended, or you can say open-ended questions. What's your role here? Typically, the person would have responded, "Well, I am the cleaner, I am the cleaning lady, I'm the janitor, or I'm the housekeeping person." Well, she doesn't say that. What she says, "I'm here to help NASA put a person on the moon. And our country wants to lead the mission." Now that's kind of a role a person talks about. So that's kind of an influence a person had on the organization, and the organization has an influence. So every candidate must have a right influence. As an interviewer, you should also have a right influence. You should know your functioning, where you are in a value chain, and where the candidate is going to be in a value chain, and how he or she is going to influence. So it is very important that you focus on the right role. Management skills, how results are achieved, how candidates handle process of management, setting objective for self and team, decision-making styles alone or a team. All these are important and you should be able to figure it out. Uh, Resolving conflicts, how there were the conflicts, when was the conflict and how it got resolved. How customers handling has been like relationship based, task based, etc. Resolving issues between internal demands and external expectations. So all these are some of the management skills. So if you are hiring a management guy, well, you need to also take into account these skills and appropriately, you know, design them in your own scope. Let's look at management focus, motivational style, sort of environment in team, leading team from front or back, grooming others, developing others, leaders, spending time with developing people, investing in self, learning and grow. Whatever level you reach, irrespective, you need to invest in yourself. Learn, develop yourself. Always look at growing. Even a person like Ratan Tata at 70 plus today invest a lot. He reads a lot. President Kalam, as well president, he used to read a lot. They always want to pick up and they learn, they grow. Monitoring work for self and team, there again is very, very important and has to be the focus. Handling communication, consulting, influencing others through meeting, presentation, all these are very important. And as an interviewer, you need to focus on them. Types of interviews quickly, unstructured, situational, behavioral. In passing reference, I have talked about it. Comprehensive structure. It could be structured behavior, or you could go for oral interview boards. All of them possible. You go in for a combination, and you can link your assessments. It's good to do a little mock session, if possible. It will help you. Listening is very important for every interviewer. Do know how good a listener you are. So certain facts. 80% of our waking hours we spend in communication activities. 45% weightage goes to listening. Interview spend 60 to 70% listening. Right. So this is where you need to draw a line. Prepare to listen well. As a professional interviewer, you should always prepare to listen by asking what new things can I learn from this person. And there are certain barriers. Pinpoint your own habit, your own barriers, and take care of it. What could be listening barriers? You want to score a point, you want to do a mind reading, predicting what interview is really thinking, or you want to rehearsing, practicing your next line on the head. The moment you ask the question, you start rehearsing the next question, what you're going to ask. There could be another barrier of cherry picking. So listening to a piece of information which a guy has given, and then you're switching off, and then you ask a question and then switch off. You could be daydreaming, right? You could be labeling, putting an interview into a category before hearing all the evidence, categorizing someone. Or other barriers could be start counseling. You resist, you're unable to resist interruption and giving advice. Want to dwell, countering an interview's verbal advances. Sidestepping sentiments, countering expression of emotions with jokes, hollow cliches, and you could go on. There are enough barriers. Please take care that as an interviewer, you are able to manage your barriers. A slide on psychometric testing. Normally, you as you need a qualified person. You can take an interviewer for a psychometric assessment. Things like 16PF, MBTI, FireOB. So there are enough of their tools available, and it's an assessment in one such tool. You can know suitability of candidate or whether a person is going to be right fit in your teams. You can take online assessment. There are certain paper and pencil assessments, and you can hire a qualified assessor on MBTI or 16PF or anyone who can help you with giving a result of a tool and suggesting you. Single psychometric testing alone is not adequate. It has to be clubbed with your interview process. Right. So there are variations in test. It could be aptitude, it could be personality, it could be interest, it could be attitude. It will also help you in putting a right fit in a right teams. Because in MBTI, let's say, for example, you could know who is an extrovert, who is an introvert. You don't want every extrovert in a team. You maybe want to have a combination of extrovert and introverts. Right. Applications. Psychometric testing you can use for placements, personal selection, training development, career succession planning, diagnostics, vocational education, career counseling, etc. There are many more applications for psychometric testing. Right. Last thing is we must do reference checks on candidates. So verify claim by the candidates, confirm selection, perception, sensing, inference, etc. Hear firsthand from referee any other significant about a candidate. You could do it yourself, or you could do through hire an agency. I recollect when I was working for HCL Technologies, and I had got an option to work for Larsen and Toubro Chennai as head L&D. So when I was selected, I had a face-to-face interview, and before that, a telephone interview. So after my selection, they did not give me an offer letter immediately. They carried out a reference check. So what the HR did, they did not hire an agency. So there was a recruiter from HR who spoke to my two previous companies, IOs and ROs. They spoke to about, they wanted to speak to 4 people, they could speak to 3. And they also checked with them without informing me. They had taken the input. And before, I could, catch a flight back to Noida from Chennai. And before I could call these guys and tell them, the HR had already done the need work. They had spoken to them. And they, just said and asked them why a candidate left the organization and why this happened, what was right, what was wrong, every kind of information. And then they correlated. And then they made an offer. So reference checks is a must and should be done. It will help you in having the right selection process. With that, I come to an end. Happy interviewing. I had 90 minutes, so I think I covered in 91 minutes, 1 minute extra. I'm open to any kind of questions. Any questions, doubts, or clarification you have, feel free to ask. Anyone? You could come on the screen and ask, or you can send it to Tejas. You can compile and you can ask the questions. Either way, I'm fine. Any of the senior leaders who are there in this session, if they want to share certain views, certain comments, certain expertise, more than welcome. We can have the sharing, we can have questions, anything. Anyone? Yeah, I see Sanjay Sharma, Sanjay D. Sharma. So Mr. Sharma, why don't you come on the screen? It'll be good to see you here. Let's have some of your views on interviewing techniques and your own experience. Sanjay D. Sharma, are you able to listen to me?
Dr. Sanjay, I will take. Good afternoon, Sanjay.
Yeah, Prakash, absolutely. Good, Prakash.
All of you, thanks a lot for an excellent insight and reinforcing whatever we practice throughout the career and also certain new things. We really, looking forward to take this skills forward. Whatever you shared today, definitely it will strengthen our selection skills further going forward. Thanks a lot.
Welcome. Thank you. Anybody else? Anyone? Any questions?
Okay, Verma, I will just make a share what you've already shared today, but I just guess from my experience. Yeah. I think when you are in the interviewing panel, I'll first talk about my couple of experiences from interviewing panel, go the other way around then. One thing which I have noticed, I used to go to during in the previous roles, a lot of the times I had to go down to IIMs and recruit for the consulting jobs and also for many of the others, where I have seen one thing has been very noticed. If a candidate wants the job, then he or she would have done the homework so well that you can make out from the questions that the person is keen, interested, and wants to go for it. So we've always been found that those candidates who have been so outstanding at the interview, they've even come on board and delivered the goods. So one thing is very clear: if someone is so clear about the job and wants to do a good job, it will show immediately when we go and meet face to face with that person. And that experience I also had in a very recent IJP. For one of the positions that we were currently interviewing, the person was not from that industry, the person was not from that function. But the interview went so well, you could sense that the person has done the homework, has done the need, and is hungry for that job. So when you see that in a trait the person you're interviewing, I value that very high, because that kind of gives the perspective. He's got the hunger, she's got the hunger, and she's made it worth the interaction. That's one thing as an interviewer which I really found that's been a trait that is really consistent. The second I want to do is, if you go out on the other round on the table, like everybody's come from campus and gone, taken jobs, had butterflies, delivered on the good jobs, and moved on in life and reached where we are. One trait I would like to share is the same one when you're on the other side of the table. Now, what happens is, when you are very keen that you want that job, when you want to do that, you will be able to drive the interview, because then you have understood, you have studied, you know it. So if there are points on which you're not very comfortable, you can admit that, okay, I will come back on this, or I do not know much on this. But then you're also in a position to drive that and take it towards a point where you're comfortable and get your job. So that also is what I saw in this recent interview. So I'm just giving from the both sides, where we concluded an IJP and the person is going to board soon. So probably if the person is on this call, they would also get a sense of what I'm saying. But these are a couple of very key traits on an exhaustive session that you conducted, Dr. Verma. Thank you. I just wanted to add on if that benefits from experience for the rest of the team as well.
Excellent, Prateek. It was really good. Nice to listen to you. Absolutely. Anybody else, anyone wants to share before we wind up? Tejas, do you have any questions anybody has asked you in the chat section?
No, sir, no.
Okay. So we already had Prateek speaking. So if there are no questions, we can close. Wait for another 30 seconds and then we can close.
Sure,
any senior leader who wants to share, anybody who's available? I thought I'll reach Sanjay Sharma is not picking up, so it doesn't matter.
Sir, this is Chirag.
Yeah.
Sir, there is one of the criteria to in the selection process, that how we check it, if he or she is fit in the organization culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because sometimes candidate having the capability or potential, but during the interview he cannot explain or display the capabilities. So how we can check it?
Yeah. So you need to understand the culture yourself as an interviewer. And as I said, there are assessments. So an organization wants to be really scientific, and the top leader wants to do. So there are culture assessments, wherein there could be a series of questionnaire which you could ask a person verbally, or it could have a written assessment, and you can assess a person whether a person is culturally fit. To give an example, let's say I have a team of, I'm recruiting a person in a team of 10, and the person is coming at the head level. He has to head the team. He's a senior middle level manager. He has a team ahead of, he has to head a team of a small department, maybe 7-8 people. It's a diverse team. So there is a gender, there are females, male, there are people from North, people from South. So what are the culture difference? Within the country, I'm saying, so it's a diverse team. People speak different language. People have different food habits. People have different way of working. So his own adaptability, his own flexibility. How do you check? So when you ask, I told you the STAR approach. So give him a situation or ask him to talk about a situation of dealing with a diverse team. What was the situation? How did he handle? And how could he achieve? Now, somewhere you would have seen, I also covered it, your past behavior is indicative of your futuristic role or futuristic behavior. It's not a guaranteed, because some people always like to correct themselves, even if there's been wrong behavior. So that is how you could get a flavor. But you really want to get more detail. So there are assessment for cultural intelligence. There's a subject called cultural intelligence. So you could really, assess a guy on the cultural intelligence part if it is required. And globally, for the top companies, when you hire at the CEO level or the top business level, so they also have an assessment on cultural intelligence. They will not have an assessment on technical or MBTI. These are okay for middle level people, but at that level, it will be assessment on the cultural intelligence, because absolutely essential for a top leader at the level of the CEO or CWO, etc. So it is possible. We can ask directly and get a flavor, or you can go for a detailed assessment. Both works.
True, sir. So it can be judged by creating a situation.
Absolutely. Use the STAR approach. Situation, task, simple.
Yes.
And let's say the candidate covers his own situation, or you can give him a situation. The hypothetical question which I asked you. So the hypothetical question using a STAR approach will give you a dividend.
Yeah, true, sir. Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, folks. So if there are no more questions, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure interacting with you. And I'm sure you all would have had certain value lessons. Should you still have any queries, doubts, please reach out to Tejas. He should be able to work out, a response. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji.